what was going on. It was invasive and it was weird.
Okay, so I'm just gonna start recording
He posted it
to document what I have on my phone.
To show that Colleen did send these photos.
So you think he should have?
I think he should have censored them a little.
Mute that. Alright, so
Thank you. I just made that.
my TikTok profile, as blurry and crappy as that might be. Let me just see if I can clean that a little. Nope, that's even worse. How about now? Still the same? Okay. Whatever. What I just posted on my TikTok. All my proof, reaching out for help.
I want you to stay up until 4 a.m. wondering if I'm out creeping. The mail is
Videos playing in the background without videos actually playing on my phone. You can tell that they're not moving in the video itself. So I think someone may have planted some sort of connectivity between phones so that if there's a video playing on their side, that the audio will be playing through my phone, and it's possible the other is true. Get out of here, son. Get out of here. My Facebook, all the proof that I posted that I'm being framed. That video was on my phone though, that's for sure. That one did play on mine. This video is playing and there's audio. Can't hear it through my phone. If you go on my Facebook and see the video for yourself, you will hear the audio. Just to prove that the volume is all the way up. Alright, well now it's all the way up. Hands on screen, not doing anything fishy. Oh my gosh, too much. Proof that my phone has so many connections to it that are illegal. Never said anyone could connect at all. My bank account was basically hacked into, but the card is still working and the bank account is still active. I just can't view it or the activity on it. Let's see. It's playing on my phone. Posts on my Facebook about my phone being hacked into, someone completely copying it. Give out the information for people to look into. If they contact me directly, it is explicit within the context of the text provided that you can only explicitly look. If you contact me and we have a pre-recorded conversation, legally, your identity and everything will be completely exposed if you expose any information without my explicit consent or authorization. None of these people are to be reached out to for any reason other than independent investigative work. Do not use any content that I have posted without my explicit consent or permission. And if I end up dying, then everyone has access to literally everything to use for whatever purposes that they have. So, there you have it. There was that. Let's see. I continue trying to upload backups to my Google Drive that continue to fail. This is how much storage I have. Not the most, but it should not be unsuccessful like this. Canceled uploading 115 files, and then upload unsuccessful on 72 files. So someone canceled the upload on some of the files that I was trying to back up. And then there's this. When I went into my backups in my drive, it says that they're being edited. You edited just now. You edited today. There were more, but let's see. I'm just trying to get everything. Let's see. Preparing to upload 78 files. There's the time. And then it says your 6 files are being uploaded to my drive, but they're not in there, which I just showed. These are some of the illegal scans that I was talking about being performed, and I have no idea how they even got them in the first place. Let's see. Proof that I contacted lawyers and that I was being contacted by the state of Connecticut constantly, being harassed. People appropriating my phone number. Let's see. So many of these other phone numbers. Something about debt, professional debt mediation. It was a blocked number. I didn't block it. Let's see. Proof that I contacted the state police. Proof that I contacted the local police. Proof of my bank account, card there, chime, let's see, receipt, which you can't really see, but there's a video of me showing my, the money in my account, and I tried to, let's see, requested amount to withdraw $80, and I was declined for insufficient funds. And I know I had that money in there because I had just previously put that money in the account in the first place. Proof of the beware on me. When I was talking out this entire time about being hacked and trying to get that Twitter taken down, they linked to my real life profile. Let's see. Video proof of me again, just showing my profile and everything. This is the legitimate video on my phone that I took. Right here. And this one, for some reason, I'll just chalk this one up to me starting the recording and then stopping and then just doing that one. Let's see. Proof of me going through my browser history, deleting the shit that people have been searching on my phone. If you go and look at the full video, you'll see that after I delete some of the searches, the search results will pop back up under the same date after they were deleted. So either someone had a tab open in order to keep those search results there in case I, quote unquote, deleted my browsing history. Whatever. That is not the case. What else? What else? Proof that I took pictures of the phone information from this phone specifically, and that I did not save the screenshots from any other source. Let's see, what else? Proof that after I started talking about all of this, people started adding them as a friend. $59 mutuals. And when I posted about it, everyone acted as if they had no idea why they were even friends in the first place when I was outing this person as an anonymous hacker through their explicit admission. They admitted it to me. Let's see. On my account, there is screenshot evidence of the conversations that I had with these people in order to prove everything that I've been saying. Let's see. Proof of connections between these people. Also, this is their real life account. 6 mutual friends. And when I started telling people about it, they all attacked me, saying like, basically gaslighting me into saying, we don't have time to sit here 24/7 on the internet reading about what you're going through and about these awful people that you're talking about, when I have been talking about this for 3 years. Then all of a sudden you're just adding these people? Or are they adding you, being sneaky and trying to get their way into my friends list? But you still had to have accepted the friend request. Let's see. Proof that these people know each other. And that they're still friends. I took these. Let me show you. This is when I took the pictures. Literally this month. Not that long ago at all. So. Tommy, friends with Zachary Damien. When did I take this picture? Same day. Andrew Blacker, the owner of Carson's Restaurant. Friends with John Barclay, Will's brother. Andrew Blacker, William Barclay. And he was telling me the entire time that Andrew was an issue, that he was scarred because of his boss, and we had a huge argument about Andrew contacting me, asking me information about someone named Amanda Sarcia. They were looking for Anthony Sarcia's mother in regards to a company that she held that sold to him that incurred a shit ton of debt. And Will was yelling at me, like, stop talking to them. And I was like, well, what if they wanted to offer me a job? Like, especially while I was there, he was like, don't go anywhere. Don't talk to anyone. Don't talk to anyone that I know. Basically kept me prisoner inside. John Barclay, Andrew Blacker. John Barclay, friends with Zach McGee. Now, this one has to do with stolen identity issue. I met someone named Zachary Migry, who was married to John Barclay. And when I was doing research, I found out that Zachary Migry was not who he said he was, because he said that he was a captain in the Navy. And when I did some research, I could not find anyone named Zachary Migry who had all of the same information that Zachary McGree said he had. But when I looked him up, I found Zach Miggy, who was a captain in the Navy, lived in Texas, where they said that they were from, had a boat that is posted on John Barclay's page, the same boat that they had. And I'll just show you the proof that Zachary Migry lived there. Where did I put it? Right here. Let's just do that. Zachary Migry, 1740. And I'm not going to give out their entire address, but that should be enough to prove that he lived there. And Sophia Palmerone was the one who gave me this. Will was the one who said, like, I'm the one who needed glasses replacement because I broke mine in the hospital, literally trying to kill myself because they were holding me hostage. Okay. Raleigh Markovitz, the person who I stated was trying to kill me, friends with William Barclay. And as far as I'm aware, they were a minor when I was living in Connecticut, and they were coming around with Sophia all the time. And Sophie was giving Raleigh drugs and alcohol consistently. Raleigh was trying to get in good with Will to have a relationship with. Will opened up about it to me, said that Raleigh was the only person that they were interested in currently. And I told them no, because I wasn't comfortable with the situation. I didn't like Raleigh because they were friends with Sophie, who was talking shit about me consistently, calling me so many dirty, nasty, disgusting things throughout Connecticut and maybe other states as well, that I just didn't want them connected to Will at all. And I kept going to Will about Sophie, saying, like, there's something wrong. And he just consistently blocked me out. Even confronted me about being after Sophie for some reason, when she was the one who stole my luggage bag, poured my makeup remover all over my GED and my birth certificate that were inside my luggage bag. When I requested it back, she didn't give it to me for months and months and months at a time, and she told me that it was at the dry cleaners. And I was like, okay, well, why? And when she gave it back to me, she said all of my stuff was nasty because something spilled over it. And I specifically asked her, lay it out in the sun so it'll dry out. But she gave it back to me slimy and disgusting, and I had to do it myself. Proof of Terra Rotus, being friends with Zachary Damien in connection with Will, because they're related. And I specifically have gone over to Tara's house with Will to do drugs. ecstasy, cocaine. I mean, there were multiple different things being discussed at that house that I'm not necessarily allowed to talk about because it's hearsay. But I called the police about Ben Esty, Tara's ex-boyfriend who passed away, and Will said he went to his funeral, but had no idea where Tara lived. But Ben and Tara lived together, and we were there playing Smash together, or Brawl, whatever. And an investigator called me asking for information about them, and then asked me about Will, and I gave them the information about Will. And then Will contacted me specifically and said he had no idea where she lived, didn't even know her phone number, or anything about that. And either the investigator who called me lied about the investigation and they weren't even investigated to begin with. And Will opened up about the fact that the investigator was at their front door and questioned them and lied to them specifically. So he's either lying to the law or the investigation never happened and it's a huge cover-up. I don't exactly know. But there's the connection there. And the connection to Anthony Sarcia, Gracie Williams, William Barclay. Information about Zach McGee. This was like the last post that I ever saw until literally this year. When I started talking about all of this, he suddenly posted something new. Anyway, you can go on his page and look at it yourself. Proof that he was in Mystic. Let's see. Proof that he was connected to California too, I guess. Sailing Niagara from Erie to Putin Bay and back. There's the ship. This name. Maybe someone who's covering me up. I'm not going to go over who they're connected to because I'm pretty sure everyone can figure it out for themselves. Pictures of these people, just so you can recognize them or whatever. That I'm not necessarily going to show. Some of these are redundant. Tommy, one's with Zachary Damien again, blah blah blah. Proof on John's timeline that he was on that boat. (2013). Let me see, do the years add up? (2019, 2016). I don't know. Investigators can do that, I guess. Proof that he had a new Jeep, the same Jeep that was at his house. He's had it since 2013, literally in the same exact condition. I don't even know if they drove it anywhere at all. It just sits there. Their dog, Remy. Andrew Blacker, John, Sophia Blacker. Now this is someone in Connecticut who I was investigating because they popped up within the friend group of these people, and they seem to have connections to what I've been talking about, I have been dealing with through this connection of this BCI nanobot issue that have been attacking my brain connectivity. My neural pathway connections have been getting jolts or brain zaps, whatever you want to call them, and this person is in connection to Alzheimer's associations. Either feigning ignorance or trying to act like they have no connection to what they may or may not have actually been a part of causing. If you weren't aware, I've been dealing with this for about 3 years now. I've been dealing with brain issues, memory loss, brain fog. I'll be thinking about something actively and literally start forgetting what I'm thinking about as I'm speaking, or my memory will be manipulated. Things that I thought happened didn't necessarily happen, through other people confirming or denying. Let's see. What else? What else? Ashley Ward worked at Walmart, lived in the same city, possibly related to Jennifer Ward, who worked at the hospital that I was sent to and nearly died at through their cover-up, and possibly active attempt at assassinating me. Proof that Zach is friends with Anthony Sarcia as well. And I'm under the impression that Sophia Palmerone is not actually Sophia Palmerone's real name. She may be Mary or Michael. Apparently she may or may not be transgender. And they lied to me about their identity. Let's see. Tried to steal mine. Zach, friends with Ben, knowing Tara, etc., etc., etc. That connection right there with Will. Pictures of the people I am talking about. John Barclay, Anthony Sarcia, Zachary Damian, John Barclay, William Barclay, Raleigh Markovitz in the corner there. Raleigh Markovitz, Gracie Williams, Tommy and Sophie, me proving that my account, my Facebook was hacked basically by the time that I got to Connecticut, and they tried to shut me down by the time I was leaving. Password resets consistently over and over and over again. Me asking Will to help me reset my password in a way that no one would be able to grab it, and yet he wasn't even suspicious that it kept happening over and over and over again. Never mentioned it to anyone. Told me he had an IT background while I was there. Didn't mention being a member of Anonymous. Me going over my photos, my camera roll. What else is included in this? That was it. Second video showing all of my password reset attempts consistently within the same day, over multiple months. Same name, same email. submitted my ID, all of this. And my account is still it's still up. It's not being taken down. So it's kind of just sitting there forever. So I'm waiting to subpoena the courts for the records of my conversations to prove a lot of the stuff that was talked about between Will and I actually happened. Like the fact that he knew Sylvie. Sylvie lived there before I even got there. The fact that he was still talking to her after the fact, calling her a pedophile, saying she actually had pedophile porn on her phone, and that's the reason why he hated her and wanted nothing to do with her. And then obviously the screenshots that I showed already proving that he was still in connection to her and was like happy that I was leaving. Proof of my hospital visits, that says Sarah Vitello. What else? Respiratory rate and all that. Going over medical results, x-rays. It's really difficult to see. They say they didn't find anything, but in the same breath, they also say there were foreign metallic objects found overlying my right ischium, my left ischium, which is my hip. I had to Google all this myself. I had to go through my MyChart and find that none of the scans are where they say test results. They're under the doctor's visits, under like more information and stuff like that. So they're like hiding it within my MyChart for people to have to actually dig through to find. And they found it in 2 different test results without telling me about it in the office visit or after the office visit. It took me over 2 years to try to get the results that I needed. They sent me mail stating that they investigated and found nothing of what I was talking about. And they sent me this, which only has 3 studies on it, which means 3 different scans, which obviously there's way more that I have shown here that aren't documented in my MyChart. There are results that I have that are duplicated. I have an MRI scan that isn't included in this. I reported an insurance scam to the state of Connecticut, to the insurance directly. They had a $100,000 insurance payout to the hospital with no identifying markers for what it was. And all of my billing information has been removed from my MyChart for the stay that I was in Connecticut for. Let's see. They have inherent transphobia within their medical documentation, stating that they say she in some portions of it, and then they start saying he after that. Let's see. These videos, like, of all my medical documentation, history of abdominal pain, metallic foreign object, overlies right ischium right there. What else? Inpatient hospitalization says no. Outpatient treatment says yes, but I was hospitalized obviously for the 16th to the 24th, which is documented in my MyChart, but I was there for longer, which they will lie about. I wasn't even in the emergency room. I was held basically on psychiatric hold without any authorization for the hospital. They didn't allow me to sign anything until I said I wanted to sue the hospital for holding me involuntarily when I was a voluntary walk-in with a police report. And these are the x-rays that they took, my blood stuff. I had multiple infections multiple times that I went to the hospital that they did not treat. Only one doctor treated me with antibiotics because it was undeniable that I was peeing blood and in absolute pain. And if they did not, I would have gone to the police and said medical malpractice right away. Let's see. All my documentation. all my scans. I sent that thinking it was a body in a body bag. I sent it to the police to investigate. Okay, that was that video. Let's see, what else? My journal, which I uploaded. I like that, yeah. My journal, which I uploaded on YouTube. There's a flat picture. That's blood on my hip. Proof that I was getting shot by something. I went to the hospital stating that I was suffering from I went to urgent care saying that I was suffering from new symptoms. And they said that I would have to follow up with my primary care doctor. That they couldn't offer the tests that I was asking for, which I wanted a brain MRI scan because I specifically told them I was suffering from, it felt like I was experiencing brain zaps, sharp stinging pains. It felt like my tendons were being scraped in the back of my neck. My bones were deteriorating. My joints are stiff. My back is weakening. I feel jolting pains throughout my left side, my arms, like even right now, like I'm feeling it like right here, just like this sore stinging pain, burning sensations on my scalp, and they basically told me that they couldn't offer the tests that I was looking for. They didn't send me to the hospital next door, which was literally right next door to the urgent care, where they had all of the machines available. They said, follow up with your primary care doctor. So that's what I'm doing. I'm following medical advice to a T. So if I'm in the wrong, it's not my fault. If I die, it's not my fault. I've been following every step that I have been given. Proof that I was investigating nanobot activity and that they are real and used in biomedicine. I opened up about this with Will, who said that through conversations, I have screenshots of them, that they're way too expensive for anyone to quote unquote waste on you, on me. Like, why you, basically? Like, why would someone target you specifically? And here's a flat picture. Signed by Ira Sitko, April 13th, 2022. And I was convinced people were going in and changing information on my MyChart because this ancillary order name changes. William Joseph Wilson to just William W. And you can tell that it was updated because it says hide reminder. It says hide reminder, August 9th or whatever, August 3rd, doesn't really matter. And then this one is July 29th. And this was from December, which I believe is the first time that I actually got antibiotics prescribed to me. I didn't get any prescribed to me until after I left Connecticut and got my healthcare set up in California all over again. My insurance information. Since it really shouldn't matter anymore. Here's me pointing out the microchip or whatever. You can barely see it on this. You can kind of see the shape of it. Let's see. What was this? So this is currently what I'm going to be going to the doctor and seeking healthcare coverage for. What did they call it? The panel of scientific, technical, and medical experts based their assessment in part on the fact that some incidents have affected multiple people in the same space, and clinical samples from a few affected individuals that showed evidence of cellular injury to the nervous system. We continue to pursue complementary efforts to get to the bottom of anomalous health incidents, AHIs is what they're calling them, and to deliver access to world-class care for those affected, Haynes and Burns said. We will stay at it with continued rigor for however long it takes. Reported in the news. And this was in December of 2022. Kind of around the time when I started experiencing the symptoms that I had been. And this is what I am convinced is what people have been doing to me. If it's not a brain-computer interface chip, then it is a brain-computer interface antenna for radio wireless connectivity, radio wave connectivity, that is, using radio frequency as it says right there in the article. And this is published on PLOS One. Let's see. Oh yeah, the connection for Ben SD and Tara. Let's see, what else? Proof. Jennifer Ward's involvements. This is what I came in with. And it says, no lacerations require repair. When I came in and my arm was split open. I have photos on this phone showing that they were still healing by the time I got back home. And they held me. Patient will require overnight stay in the emergency department and psychiatric evaluation in the morning to determine safe disposition. But they will say that they were superficial lacerations. And which makes no sense. Why will I require it if they were superficial? And I was there because of a police report. I specifically asked to go to the precinct with the police to continue my police report because I was questioned in the hallway right after what had happened, and I was attacked by Tommy Bueno, who tried to make me commit suicide with a Williams butcher knife. And I fought him off. He attempted to sexually assault me. I fought him off, and he threatened me with a gun to keep quiet. And And I decided not to. I decided to call the police, and I made a story saying that I did it to myself. I made a story saying that the people above me were watching me and threatening to kill me, because they were constantly stomping up and down the stairs outside the apartment, calling me a whore, calling me a pedo, threatening to rip out my intestines, threatening to hold me in their hospital and keep me in the morgue, like literally forever, keeping me alive and like torturing me every single day. Just doing the same thing, the worst things possible you could ever fucking imagine. And I should have reported it immediately, what actually had happened. So I called the police, I fixed my report, and I wrote it down in my journal. They threatened me into silence, and I refused. And so they tried to cover me up through whatever connections that they have. And we're just going from there. And I was prescribed Miralax and magnesium citrate for abdominal pain and discomfort, stating that I was having incontinence issues. They didn't specify whether I was going to the bathroom too much or if it was constipation related. But they just, oh my gosh. Or not. Whatever. That's what they prescribed me. Proof that I had reported waking up consistently because the door kept opening during checks, they said, but it was opening up like every 5 to 15 minutes, continually looking in on me, and I felt so threatened. I overheard patients threatening me. Another patient walked in and started talking to other patients about why they didn't like me and trying to get them to harm me. Christy Habernacki, or Carrie Coteau, whatever your actual name is. I have lists and lists and lists of all the medications they were giving me, who was giving it to me, how often they were giving it to me, every single day. I only took a picture of a couple of them, I guess, because I have the paperwork over here, which I will show now, actually. The physical evidence that I was there. You can see the barcode or whatever. And all right, list of medications, list of medications, list of medications, list of medications, list of medications. And they're not consistent. They don't mark it down on the paperwork how often they really were giving me these medications, and they were giving me every single thing on the list every single day as reported, and the list isn't even complete. What else? Oh, damn it. Hush. Also proof that I had access to the Google Home security system. And he says yes. So let's see. Medications. Here's the scan in December. Where they catch, hang on, where they catch the chips first time, or whatever the fuck that is. Turn down the brightness. It's right there. Okay. Proof that I consistently asked for my clothing back. Him saying he was sending them. He sent me a video of all the clothes that he was going to send me, never sent them. Me asking him to, if he ever got rid of my old EBT card. Asking him if he canceled it, asking him if he got rid of it. Didn't I send you a picture of card and stuff? And he never did. Well, he sent me a picture that he had the card is the thing. And I asked him to get rid of it. And then he feigns ignorance about losing it, not being able to find it. Also this, proof that he gave me his credit card. Sent me home with it. Asked me to cut it up and put it in the trash, and I did. I'm not sure if I sent him a picture of me doing it, but I did. Because he never challenged me on it. Just conversation after conversation of us arguing about the hospital. It was an argument too. It was arguing about me saying that I walked in voluntarily, so I should have been able to leave voluntarily, which is the law, and me saying that they held me longer than they should have, which they shouldn't have been holding me at all in the first place. And he just kept saying over and over and over again, they can just do that. They can claim any reason under the sun to just hold you there. And that's basically what I said was happening. That they held me illegally, which is the entire issue. And he's just like, you weren't allowed to leave because you were in Pond House. Voluntarily. That doesn't matter. I could have left at any point and no one told me. And then I'm saying it does. The law fucking says so. The problem is that the hospital can claim you're under psychosis, not fit for leave. Blah, 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 blah. And then, let's see. conversation after conversation. You know about all this because you're an investor and entrepreneur. You've shown me your Bitcoin, and apparently he has NFT collections too, which he previously told me were for shit eaters and scammers. I sold it all before it crashed because crypto crashed. The technology, not Bitcoin. I was talking about nanobot technology that he was into, that he knew about, and just lied to my face and in message proof. And I've already proved that their accounts are connected. And now I realize why you hated when Zach threatened to send you to the hospital, because while I was there, Zachary McGree threatened to send Will to the hospital if he ever caught him like looking around for his vape, because he basically can't function without it. He needs to smoke. In John's house, when Zach was there talking to me about what I expected, and he didn't like how you were, it's a little cut off, but Will was basically just ignoring him the entire time, didn't tell me anything that was going on. Also proof that Zach said he liked me, missed me, whatever. Not sure what that Twitter thing is about because I never clicked it. Me saying how I wish we could have hung out more. All that stuff. Zach's here hanging out, venting about Julia like he always did whenever he came over. And he was cheating on Julia with Sophie. Also, R.I.P. Zach and Julia is what I say at the bottom there, because he kept saying, I'm going to break up with her, I'm going to break up with her, I'm going to break up with her. So he had another bag in the, Will had another bag in the closet full of clothes, full of Sylvie's clothes, who he said he threw away at the apartment, but they were in the closet. And I told him about them, and he never showed me. He never took a picture of the closet to see if there was a bag in there or not. That's what we're talking about here. I don't even think they are my clothes, but okay. Still want to see them before you do. I'll confirm if they're mine or not. I don't see how they would be Sylvie's, considering I threw away all of her clothes when we moved. Open it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. I looked through it at the trailer. The bag in the closet was always there, unless there are now 2 bags full of clothes. Proof that he worked at the restaurant. I'll show you the clothes when I get home. Every time I've went to do it, you tell me you don't need them anymore, which is a lie. I tell him I don't want him to send them because I'll just come back and get them myself if that's what I have to do, because I was suing the hospital and everyone kept telling me I have to go back to Connecticut to sue, whatever. Please do. I've been asking for months. I've been back and forth with this, blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry, I'm just so fucking busy. You're making me anxious, isn't helping me do my job. I have a time frame for my lawsuit and I need your help. You always go on about how corrupt Connecticut is and then deny what I'm saying. That's what's been making me so upset. Because you say shit like my Majora Pictures eyes have cameras. The fire alarms were cameras. So one of the fire alarms were cameras that I caught on camera. It had 2 LEDs flashing green. One was solid, one was flashing, sorry. Let's see. Did you even look at what I sent you? There's a reason they didn't give me proper medical care, and it's because I witnessed things I wasn't supposed to. Which is basically, I guess, maybe a killer. I don't know, but they kept talking to me through the BCI, telling me that, like, you saw me and you shouldn't have. You saw me and you shouldn't have, blah, blah, blah. So it may be Sylvie who's all about it. Like, I wasn't supposed to see Sylvie there at the house, connecting her to Will. Let's see. This. I was worried he was being blackmailed into silence. I was worried he was being held captive or hostage by someone or threatened by his family or someone who knew him, like Sophie or Tommy, who were directly, like, always around him. So the bathroom mirror camera may be fake. He never sent me a video, but that's what I was under the impression of. He said he would send me pictures and videos of him taking the mirror off the wall to prove that there were no cameras back there. He never did. And when I questioned him about it, let's see. Another picture where he's just saying I'm lying to myself and gaslighting myself or whatever, saying he begged me to stay. You said Connecticut can't help you. You said you don't trust anyone. Everything aside, we had a great time because I already bought. We were complaining about me saying that I told him in the end that I would stay, and he told me to leave, was the argument. And his excuse is that he already bought the ticket, and it was non-refundable. And I literally tell him, like, my mom could have paid him back for the ticket if I stayed. This is what I sent him, and why I thought there was a wire back there. Let's see. Him talking about my EBT, bringing it back to that. I haven't touched it. I don't know where it is, though. I didn't throw it away. So he lost it. Or someone stole it. Because there's no way he can send me a picture of it and then just suddenly forget where it is and just not have it. Talking about the clothes, definitely doesn't look like Sophia's. Except a couple of pants, and I think there's some crop top stuff and sweatshirts, yeah. If she wants her stuff back, that's fine. I didn't fucking care. Saying he doesn't talk to her when I showed proof that they're still friends. I saw 3 jackets, blah, blah, blah. Definitely multiple. Told him he could keep the wolf jacket. He told me he didn't want it. Underwear. The bracelets should have been bralettes. They'd be small and it's a lot. I saw multiple leopard prints, 5 bras of the lacy kind that I wear. One of the cups fell out. It's all smaller stuff. Definitely doesn't look like Sophie's. Clothes look fine. I guess I can just sort through them all after you send them, which he never has. A lot of it is yours. I know that much. And this is the reason why I figure he's in on it. I took a recording through the Google Home that he gave me permission to view through to keep tabs on him occasionally. Of him saying my clothes were there, that he didn't know what to do with them, and that he was either going to give them to someone or put them or donate them or throw them out or something. Let me find that. The video actually itself, now that I'm thinking about it, is really long. Because it's an entire thing. Like, Zach and Julia go over to his place and they start talking about, like, me, I'm assuming, Also proof that they're the same accounts. From the same place, Zuzi, Zeus, whatever, that's what he goes by. Let's see. This is him telling me about how he was connected to Anonymous, and about 10 years ago, he took down some Nazi bastards, and that they were probably targeting me because they were after him. Then I was telling him how I feel Sophie is involved, and he's just all saying how Sophie wasn't even in his life at that point. They're not targeting you. You're collateral. Zach telling Will to give Sophie another chance. And no, the fuck I didn't give her one. I can't tell you how much of a relief that is to hear. At this point, I'm almost positive it is some people I fucked with in the past. I don't know how I didn't see that. It was my phone. I just thought you were crazy. And I'm sorry immensely, but yeah, damn near positive you're collateral and they're just attacking you because you're trans and they're fucking Nazis. They don't want you. They most likely wanted to fuck with me. Let's see. Me telling him that I sent an investigator to his doorstep. About Tara and Ben. Thinking that Ben was killed and it wasn't his asthma that caused the attack. And me being afraid that he would be next and asking him, you should keep your Google Home security on because it's security. And he always was telling me that he turns it off to jack off. He turns it off to when he goes to work. Ever get a chance to send those clothes over? I need your address. As if he didn't know where I live. He bought my plane ticket. Me still thinking that he was a good person. Sorry for bringing you here and for rooming with Sophie despite your words, because I didn't want to room with her in the first place. Just all of it is one giant ball of regret. It's alright, I know what you mean. I've been investigating Sophia for a while, which wasn't any help. What else? What else? Oh, yeah. When I went to the hospital, this is what they were basically diagnosing me with, without any drug testing whatsoever, and not based upon anything that I said upon intake. They wanted to make it out to be psychosis related or drug related. Proof that they spoke with me, my boyfriend, which was Will at the time, and other care providers. But the most incriminating part of this is that they spoke to Will, and he kept saying over and over and over again that he wasn't at the hospital, which I'm trying to assume, or I was at the time assuming he was trying to check me out of the hospital. When he first told me that he did go there, that he was trying to check me out of the hospital, I'm assuming that he is the one who went around the hospital showing, or opening up my phone, showing everyone the contents of it. Let's see. So I literally had a doctor's appointment the next day. Patient notes no current treatment, but notes that she has an appointment to meet with her medical doctor on July 18th. She notes history of outpatient therapist, no details, no prior ER psych visits. Inpatient hospitalization says no, outpatient treatment says yes, but they hospitalized me inpatient. Let's see. Right. Heck, where is it? It's somewhere. So much, so much. I mean, honestly, that's enough right there. Hospital visit January 16th, discharge on January 24th. Also the previous ER visits and stuff like that that they said that they didn't have on file. Proof that the medical directors knew who I was. This is Carly Brown, MD, Medical Director, Care Management, Yale New Haven Health. They knew who I was. And I contacted them about the medical malpractice, and they've been ignoring me. Carly Brown was actually the medical doctor that they had given me as my doctor to see after I was discharged from Lawrence Memorial Hospital, and she declined my visit. They said she wasn't there, which was their excuse, but that was, they didn't call me to reschedule an appointment. They didn't even ask me at the front desk if I wanted to reschedule. They just said she wasn't there and that I had to leave. Let's see. So this is what I was discharged with. Oh my gosh. And you can't even read it, but I'm going to read it out loud. So it says, discharge date in unit. You were discharged on March 8th, 2022. Patient transitioning to outpatient medical management and outpatient therapy with Community Health Center outpatient prescriber Melissa Milvenin, with an appointment on January, February, March 21st at 2 p.m. ongoing prescriber to set up an outpatient therapy appointment. But my ongoing prescriber continued to be Ashley Coughlin, which is the name on the prescriptions that were given to me. And I never saw Melissa Milvenin. Proof that I contacted and was contacted by law enforcement consistently. All the proof that I sent them, which was in a locked folder, confidential folder. I sent it in confidential mode so only one person can view it. And they opened it and said they couldn't view the attachments. And I messaged them back and told them that the reason that they couldn't view them was because someone else had to have opened it. And that blocked you out from viewing it because it only allows one person to view it, and it should have been the recipient. Literally just the entire email to police. Oops, wrong direction. Literally detailing everything. Every tiny detail. Every tiny detail. Video proof of me uploading on TikTok and YouTube. And another one going over my medications. Proof that I have an active Credit Karma account, but I could not access it because of this email address I do not recognize. Let's see. For proof that my identity was stolen, I'm not going to give out the names of these people that I do not know or the addresses. However, I was never in Florida, and I had about $5 grand in debt in my name. That does not belong to me, and I reported it. I reported it to RentGrow, the company that was putting that on my record, and I reported it to the IRS, and I reported it to the police. Let's see. Also, this is like the diagnosis list, again, that they tried to diagnose me with upon one visit. The PTSD is real. The emotionally unstable borderline personality disorder, I am honestly not entirely sure of. I would consider myself to have BPD, but I wouldn't consider myself emotionally unstable. Mood disorder, suicide attempts, psychosis, blah, blah, blah. And then they went in and corrected it to just PTSD and generalized anxiety and stuff like that. Here it is. The debt on my name, balance date August 26th, 2022, which was just before I started experiencing all the symptoms that I had been. What else? What else? When was this? I don't remember when this was taken, but I was in constant contact for about a month with her, trying to get my medical records that I continued saying were being covered up. This is what they said I sent in. Everything is, sorry, you can hardly tell, but every checkbox checked out. I was being as thorough as I possibly can to see how much I could get, how much they were doing and covering up. Signed everything, except for at the very bottom, they said I forgot my signature, but the date is filled out. How? I didn't miss it. They said it was sitting on their desk for a while, awaiting a signature. And I told them I was contacting the hospital, like I've shown my entire call history, asking where my medical records were, like, did they get it? Am I going to get them? I left voicemail after voicemail. No one got back to me until I consistently started calling, like, almost every single day until I reached people. Because they couldn't just cover it up forever, I'm assuming. I hope. And I finally sent her it back with an e-signature, which I assume they deleted when I sent it in originally to say that it wasn't signed properly or whatever. But how do you just fill out an entire form with everything as well as the date at the very bottom and just leave out your official signature? So Ellie Ann is also Sylvie Ann or Mabel or whatever she's going by now, Little Lammy or something. She was there. She was Will's ex, I guess. Told me they were basically broken up by the time he and I started talking about getting together. He wanted nothing to do with her. She was mooching off of him and using him for everything, and then sent her home with $1,000 in a suitcase. Proof that not only I contacted attorneys, but my mom also attempted to reach out to attorneys on my behalf to see if she could reach anybody. And they did respond. I was talking to someone named Shalom from Just Point, who, when I reached out to the company, said they no longer worked there. Didn't tell me why, but I gave Shalom every detail of the case that I possibly had, and he just disappeared off the face of the planet. I talked to Nayeli about everything, and she never got back to me at all. I'm still currently waiting for them to reach out and say that I have a case or not. I got reached out to someone named Carolina Dowd, or Dodson, something like that. And she said that I have a case, but the litigation fees and would just cost way too much for it to be worth pursuing. So I guess my life just isn't worth enough. What else? What else? Phone conversations as well. Of me calling them. Just Point, by the way.
Your call has been forwarded to the voicemail for Nelisa. No one is available to take your call. At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press the pound key.
I contacted them during this phone call to tell them that someone may be an imposter, calling around, trying to slander me, trying to get my case debunked or whatever, trying to ruin the case if it ever came to fruition by telling the people involved that I was suing in the first place and that I had a case, and to contact my mom directly in order to get a hold of me. No one's reached out since. Proof that I contacted Shalom from the company. Someone was messing with the volume while I was doing this. I put it on speaker. There's no sound coming through whatsoever. Turn it off speaker. I end the call. I try again. Like, I'm speaking. I'm trying to show like who I'm talking to as well. These numbers that were reaching out to me. Someone from New York. Like, I didn't even dial that. That just popped up that it was calling. On speaker, no sound. So, there's that. Proof that there are videos in my phone that literally should not exist. 7 hours and 30 minutes. And when I go into it, this item doesn't take up space in your account storage. Screen recording. Monday, December 12th, 2022. My legal but dead name with my PayPal. What else? What else? Proof that all I did was bring light into his life, and that he was remembering to forget to send me my clothes. I didn't mean to come through your life and make things even worse. I really didn't. He says, you didn't whatsoever, maybe at face value, but underneath you gave me a lot. You helped me realize I can't let people use me for the sake of friendship. You leaving helped me realize I'm okay alone. A bit of a mess, but I'm alive. You made me work on trying to love myself rather than just chasing fake dopamine loops. Me just being frustrated and sobering down the situation and just being like, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Keep bugging me about the clothes, blah, blah, blah. Proof that I was actively trying to mend any sort of relationship that I had with him. But at this point, I'm over it. I'm convinced that he is part of the problem, if not the main problem. Proof that I helped him settle his debt. I sent him to 5 lakes. Got an e-bike. Me talking about needing a job, trying to find one actively, constantly applying to work, getting emails constantly for people like, for me to contact them about job opportunities that I never end up getting. Him saying he's gonna send me money for weed because I was so stressed out about everything. Me talking about let's see. Okay, yeah, in this I was actually talking about using the money to get a face shaver. But I couldn't find one that was good enough. So instead, he sent me the money for weed, whatever. Talked to my dad about him paying me to do some stuff so I could afford a phone plan for myself because he was paying for like a month or something, whatever. Oh yeah, proof about the anonymous stuff. I had access to it, but I trusted him was the point until I didn't. just before I was about to leave, I started looking through stuff. Oh yeah, in the beginning talking about me having to ask him to lock the door when he was leaving for work, because he was leaving it unlocked. Well, while I was telling him, I felt like I was being stalked. People were watching me on camera, threatening me, all of this stuff, and he was just all like, he didn't care. Proof that I was connected to the home hub, the security system that we had. I was the one who set it up. That was my phone. Used to be a small hacker and stuff. Part of Anonymous. He said he told me, but he didn't. He told me he was into IT stuff. That's it. And this is before he actually finally admitted to knowing that they were after me because they were after him. And this I showed him because I was talking about nanobots and me being stalked by nanobots and thinking that I was being shot by lasers. I posted this on YouTube, on TikTok, and on my Facebook. There's a black dot that shoots across my whiteboard in the background, and it shrinks and grows. And he called it a fly. He just called it a fly. Didn't say it was weird. Didn't say, yeah, that might kind of be strange. Nothing.
As well as before I even came here. So I could get them to watch it, and then my only fear is that, like, what if they start watching an officer and they, like, corrupt them somehow? Because I'm worried. I've been reporting this to the FBI, to the NSA, to the police themselves, and I haven't been getting anything.
Do I rewind it?
Back home, as well as before I even came here. So I could get them to watch it, and then my only fear is that, like, what if they start watching an officer and they, like, corrupt them somehow? Because I'm worried. I've been reporting this to the FBI, to the NSA, to the police themselves. And then I've been back home.
Is it too bright? I can see it in the recording itself.
As well as before I even came here. So I could get them to watch it, and then my only fear is that, like, what if they start watching?
I don't know if it'll show up on this because it's so grainy and like that. Let me.
As well as before I even came here. So I could get them to watch it, and then my only fear is that, like, what if they start watching an officer and they, like,
I keep moving.
corrupt them.
I keep moving the camera because I was afraid that they were, like, doing something with pixelation on my phone to delete things from the video. So I was moving it to make sure that they couldn't do that, and I was taking a recording of the recording I already took. So I'm positive you can't see it on this crappy little camera. So it's on my Facebook. I show it. You see the dates. So if you can find it, then it's there.
Somehow. Because I'm
When did I take this? I took this video November 21st, 2022.
Worried? I've been reporting this to the FBI, to the NSA, to the police.
And I don't know. I don't know when that one was exactly posted. This one shows my phone being hacked live while I was streaming. I was trying to show my phone on Twitch stream. And it like opens and closes, it locks, unlocks, and then scrolls, it brings down the drop down menu, and then whatever shows it's screen recording. If it'll play.
But I guess I could just call the police. So I don't know how else to prove this, because I'm worried. I have. Okay, just walk. An officer. So I don't know how else to prove this.
Oh my gosh.
But I guess I could just watch it, and then my only fear is that, like, what if they start watch it, and then...
Okay, that's annoying. Maybe it wasn't that video. This one.
Okay, just watching the video like I said I would on my live stream. Proof that I am me, literally. Hi, how are you? How do I prove it? Otherwise, hi, nothing there, whoosh. And then me, whoosh, nothing there, cool. No overlay, look at that, nothing else up. Except OBS, obviously, but I don't have an overlay on. Let's see. Proof.
Just get to
Sources. Scenes. Scene transitions. There's literally nothing here. Everything is completely up and up. Alright, so let's just record. While we watch what we already recorded. What I actually want to get to is the end of the video where someone literally hacked my phone on camera.
Cut to the chase. I don't want to go through and scrub to find the exact... Oh. Here we go. I'm showing a video of my kitchen on my phone right there.
I'm showing a video of my kitchen, which I will post right after this as well to prove that it is my phone, it is my house, it is my content here that I'm posting.
I didn't post it. I'm sorry. But I have pictures of my kitchen, whatever. Hang on, let me show you.
And I genuinely feel like these people are trying to... See, look at that. Look at that. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching the screen whatsoever, and it locks, and then it opens up. Look at that. Look at that. And it says up at the top that it's screen recording, right here. I don't have sound on, sorry. Actually, that is, maybe I should have sound. I sound obnoxious no matter what, so who cares, right? What if they just gave me a death date? 1 day, 7 hours. I go by percentage.
The date was wrong up top. So it was like I was looking at someone else's screen.
But that's never been a thing. Oh, the date and time too is different. It says it's 12. It says it's 12. It is 3:04. I literally just took this. The date is completely off as well. So yeah. The time, sorry. Maybe the date is off. What is it? Monday. Turned off my recording. Locked the phone. It says it's Monday. Unlocked the phone and then swiped down to this.
You can see it way more clear on my phone, which kind of sucks, but you're just gonna have to take my word for it, I guess. Obviously, the holes in my ceiling, which are a big part of everything I've been talking about, that looked like it was completely stripped of paints. And it'll be so much more difficult. Let me look at the pictures. I'll show you the pictures. Turn up the brightness a little. Okay. And there's two more. The one on the left is literally like just a hole. The one right there has a screw. And this is how it started. One of the screws or whatever. It was just barely stripped like that. I guess this is actually how they started. They started like lifting. And that one, you can see the little dot in the center. My wall, you can't actually see that on this camera very well. It sucks. Proof that I came back with H. pylori that they should have caught at my last doctor's visit in April. When I was complaining of pain still, they gave me an ultrasound, caught what was going on, and didn't prescribe me any antibiotics. 4, 5, 6, 7. So 3 months went by. And they also caught hepatitis A in my system. Well, antibodies, really. So my body was fighting off the infection itself. No thanks to any antibiotics or anything. And then I went back in. Negative. Let's see. Left-sided sciatica, epigastric pain, H. pylori. Left hip, lower back pain with radiation down left leg, past year since coming back from Connecticut. Positive for abdominal pain, positive for back pain and joint pain, neurological, no neurological symptoms. Let's see. 3 numbers are available on this device, but only one can be used at a time. Google Fi was mine. The Sprint number is unknown, card number is unknown, like they're all unknown. What else? how often I called the hospital. You can't really tell, but this is me requesting my medical information over and over and over again. It should have only happened once. There's no reason for all of this. So I'm just considering all of Will's contacts possibly gang related, since I'm assuming he is part of a gang at this point. So a lot of the names that I've added to the list to be investigated and a lot of the names that I've called out are because they've popped up as contacts who have joined Snapchat or Instagram or whatever on my phone that I have no connection to personally, like Carrie Coteau. There were others that I just didn't screenshot as they popped up, but I just wanted that to be known. Why I have so many names written down. Proof of the numbers that I have blocked. Let's see. Proof that I've been having issues with my PayPal. There was a point in time where I was consistently being asked for one-time recovery codes in order to access my PayPal. And let's see, right in here. I don't know. Security codes. Da 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 da. And this is a video of me showing that a drone was watching me on camera. It kept flashing into my window during a thunderstorm, no less. You'll see it like over on this side, up here somewhere. Hopefully. Or was this me just showing like the weird thunderstorms that were consistently happening? It was weird. I don't know if it'll even show up on camera, to be honest with you. If it doesn't, then you won't see it when I start to like follow it with my phone. God dang it. Yeah, it wasn't that video that it showed them. I think that one was me showing like the weird thunderstorm that was happening. But that's unrelated. That's unrelated. I was just trying to gather up literally every single tiny thing that I possibly could. And this is the video of Will accessing dark web material or possibly USB related hacker software. You can see in the right corner there is text, there is constant pop-ups on the screen, code running. On my phone, it's a black box with green text scrolling constantly. Look at that. He's clicking something all over the screen. Pop-ups constantly popping up. Accessing some sort of IIRC. Looks like a search bar. This video takes a little while, so let me show the date as well. May 4th. That, I am under the assumption, is either a dead body or someone sleeping. You can't see it because it's very, it takes out a USB, goes to switch it. And then I assume he gets ready to fap. I cannot show the actual content of what he is looking at. But I think that's enough. Let me continue watching so I can... There was another video I took that disappeared from my phone where he got up, looked right at the camera, and mouthed, "Fuck." Like he knew he got caught. Da, 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 da. It's so overexposed, I don't think it actually matters if the content is shown or not, because I don't think anyone would be able to see it. Unless they saw it on my phone. I'm switching USBs again. Black box opens up, start scrolling through green text. Looks like it's opening up file systems. This is about a 6-7 minute video, so if you want to skip past it, you can. It's like it opens up another search chunk, whatever the search bar. Okay. And then I go back in because that was part of a video real quick. Because they're split up like that. I think he's disrobing now. Oh, this video is like an hour long. I took multiple of the same evidence just to make sure that none of it would disappear or be edited out. I just want to show the most like important stuff. I'm screen recording over a video that I previously took, just so everyone knows. Alright, that was the end of that. Okay. This was in the trailer, and I have no idea what all of that even is. I sent it to Will. I also asked him to get an asbestos testing kit for the trailer because I was never informed that we had asbestos roofing, and he called it something completely different. Lacquered. He called them lacquered or something. But I was like looking at it. Well, it's white, so you can't really see it. But I was looking at the pictures. I have them posted like everywhere. Of the ceiling looking like it's dripping. Literally dripping, like strings. Let's see if this one will show up better. There's one right there. Shit. Sorry, my right there. And then just more. I told him to get an asbestos testing kit, and he said he would. Let's see. Me writing up lawsuit information in my notes on my laptop. I took this August 15th, 2022. I'm looking through all my stuff just to make sure. Oh, this is the conversation that I already recorded with Lycos, who is Zachary Damian.
So, they never had anything wrong. Neither did Sophie. But you also have to acknowledge the one thing that I have in common with you about Sophie. It was hard to feel like she liked or even like was okay with you, because I had Juliet inviting her over to my apartment back when we all moved out, right? And Sophie was coming over, and I still didn't really necessarily feel she was like super appreciative and like had my best interests at heart, was like that close of a friend. Until like sometime later she opened up and just like kind of said that to me. So it's like
So it's whatever. I have the whole conversation in my recordings. Me screen recording my camera roll and everything, proving what I have on here when I had it on here. Literally everything that I'm going through right now. Why is it lagging? Play. Access to the Google Home. All the recordings I took of the Google Home and things that happened as per evidence that I was collecting. And the video is just freaking out, whatever. That doesn't matter too much. Proof that we were talking after I left. They honestly just are. We were right about them both entirely. All of our speculations. Our old roommates. Tommy and Sophia. He wasn't even supposed to be there, but she just brought him in. And we were talking about, he and I together were talking about asking Tommy to start paying rent. When this entire story came out where Will was saying how Sophie told him she was paying half of Tommy's rent, which is why she wasn't paying rent in our apartment, gave Will a bounce check for $500. And let's see, what else? Tommy said he wasn't staying in his old apartment because his crazy ex was there. Who knows whoever that was and wherever that was. What's this?
So my previous video was about someone kind of hacking into either my Google and trying.
I sound so weak, so tired.
And wouldn't let me update in order to get email updates to my Google OneDrive. So I'm going to press the backspace just to prove.
Just to prove.
Now I guess it's saved. Let's see, storage.
This was me going through my backups. When did I take this? August 13th, 2022. So I've been having this issue for a long time where my backups weren't showing. Sorry, that says Google One. You've got 15 gigabytes of storage, it says.
Okay. I guess not.
Get email updates, storage, and more.
So my previous video was about someone kind of hacking into either my Google OneDrive or my email. And
You talking about my email being hacked?
Update in order to get email updates to my Google One.
That doesn't matter too much. I mean, it does, but that's literally the reason why I'm taking all of this on a completely separate device. My YouTube, which I'll show currently now. Dealing with everything. Proof that I'm streaming. All that good stuff. Sorry. Proof that she contacted me directly. She forwarded the addendum that we were supposed to have signed for the apartment lease. Your property manager assigned your rental criteria. Please review the attached document and keep this email for your personal records and future reference. So we ended up not being able to afford the apartment. We moved out, signed the lease over to the apartment, returned our keys, but Sophie kept hers. And I assume she continued to go back to the apartment over and over and over again for whatever reason. Because when we went back to clear it out, there was literally food on the floor. And Will was like ripping stuff off the door. Some posters or something, some flyers, whatever. But I assumed those either had to do with me or him. But he didn't let me see them. And I didn't want to challenge him at that point because I was suspicious of him. And more proof that I lived there, blah, blah, blah. And that she knew that I lived there, blah, blah, blah. Proof that I actually responded to the email. And proof that they didn't get all the keys. We need this from all three of you before we can close your account and stop charging rent. All you have to do is respond to my email and say yes. This will confirm to me that you have vacated the apartment and are giving back possession to us, the landlord. You also understand that any items still left in the apartment will be discarded. Because it says right there, because we did not receive all the keys back, we do require written permission for me to take possession of your apartment. That was the most important part of it. I think I already posted proof or showed the proof that I contacted the police and everything, but I'm going to do it again and show how often I was contacted by Connecticut. The private number, I believe, was the private investigator who contacted me. It's contacted by Washington State, blah, 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 some hidden numbers that don't tell me where they came from. Idaho, spam, blah, 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 Wisconsin, Connecticut, blah, 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 blah. More numbers, blah, 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 blah. Not me constantly calling the police saying I'm being harassed. Proof that I did have access to the Nest and that I was the one who set it up, the Google Home Nest, and that it was offline. And I continued warning him about it. Your camera is offline. I don't remember what I'm looking for in here. I think I was looking through the settings, wondering why it was off and trying to turn it back on. And I think Will had revoked my access in order to do that, to turn it on and off or whatever. Why did I take that? I don't remember, and I don't really care. Let's see. This is proof that he gave me the Send Anywhere and GBA emulator on my phone. It should be a legitimate copy. That's what I'm using it under the previous of. You can barely even see it, but he's the one who gave it to me. I took these pictures of my screen. Also this right here, he's like, whatever you need, if you ever want to come back, I won't care. I don't know if I'll be able to go there until a while, but if you keep me around, I'll stay around. I don't remember. When did I take this? August 10th. So this is my my chart again, talking about what I needed, what was overdue, and in the mail that they sent me, they said that they don't typically screen for hepatitis. It's not something that they are obligated to do. But in my chart itself, if they actually check my medical care and see what I needed, they would have seen that my hepatitis C screening is overdue, so they should have screened for it regardless. Let me turn down the brightness. They should have screened regardless. Not due. Flu vaccine, tetanus vaccine. So they gave me a flu shot and they gave me a tetanus shot while I was in the hospital. Not due until September 1st. Not due until January 16th, 2032. So not due until September 1st, 2022. Previously done January 19th, 2022. What was this one? Me filming myself on OBS. Not sure why. I'm just gonna show it, whatever. I was filming myself on OBS with my infrared camera filter that isn't necessarily an actual infrared camera filter. It's just, I guess it's a tint or whatever, and it's supposed to have like, what is it, kind of like color scale counteractions, like it's an infrared texture, so I'm not necessarily sure if it's, if it actually does what it should. Proof of me investigating that this is what was going, that this is what is happening to me, just wirelessly. I told Will and he just said I was crazy. I took this. You can see down here, he gets flashed in the face by his own phone. And he doesn't even, he hardly even like reacts. And then he reaches over, checking the camera, like, was that caught on camera? Do I block it out? Like, what do I do, basically? Let's see, what else? This one, I think this one shows the yeah, the drone that I was trying to catch. Let's see if it shows up on this camera. It's too granulated, I'm sorry. Shitty little camera. What did I screen record here? Weather reports showing that I am where I say I am, just in case they say I'm not where I say I am, or I'm not who I say I am, whatever. They were saying they were watching me through my phone, whatever. This one might actually show it. There it is. Suspicious. I caught it multiple times in a row, multiple nights in a row. And my grandmother actually talked to me before about her catching it on camera, that someone was watching her on camera. She said that it was following her all the way through the entire park. Let's see. Proof that my auto delete was off. When I went into my settings and everything. Let's see, when did I post this? June 19th, 2022. When I went into my settings, it looks like my history auto deletion had been set to like 1 month or whatever. So I went in and set it to 36 months. And I showed me deleting so much nonsense that was being searched up on my phone. And that people have been trying to frame me for. I filmed it happening as I was deleting the stuff that they were showing, scrolling through it to see if it was a loading issue, to load more of whatever was being searched. And then I scrolled back all the way back up to the top, searched the same stuff in my history again, and the same stuff that I was deleting popped back up, same date and everything. So I figured it was like another tab that someone had opened in my phone or with a duplicate phone. I don't know how that works. What's this? I don't know. Who's accessed my medical record? No third-party apps. No other users except the hospital had access to my MyChart. Let's see. So I had taken the patient information from Yale Health New Haven, whatever, for the telehealth services performed by the clinicians affiliated with Yale New Haven Health. And basically everything that they offered. Let's see here. Why did I do that specifically? Here's one thing. I have been given an opportunity to select a clinician from YNHHS, Yale New Haven Health Hospital Services. Prior to the interaction, including a review of the clinician's credentials. I can hardly see it. But the issue lying herein is that I had specifically asked to see another physician, and I was told no. Ashley Coughlin, talking to her specifically, Ashley Coughlin, I am the only person you can talk to. And they never asked me prior which clinician I would like to choose. They didn't give me a list of clinicians to pick through. I was just, boom, Ashley Coughlin, boom, Lawrence Peacock. Okay. So they have a clause down here which is actually null and void, and I'll explain why after I read it. I understand that in the event of any problem with the website, app, or related services, I agree that my sole remedy is to cease using the website, app, or terminate access to the service. Under no circumstances will YNHHS or any YNHHS subsidiary or affiliate be liable in any way for the use of the telehealth services, including but not limited to any errors or omissions in content or infringement by any content on the website of any intellectual property rights or other rights of third parties, or for any losses or damages of any kind arising directly or indirectly out of the use of, inability to use, or the results of use of the website, and any website linked to the website, or the materials or information contained on any or all such websites. I agree that I will not hold YNHHS. Oh my God, I can't breathe. Not hold blah 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 its subsidiaries or affiliates liable for any punitive, exemplary, consequential, incidental, indirect, or special damages, including without limitation any personal injury, or whatever else. Like, the reason why that's null and void is because they wittingly and knowingly falsified medical information, hid medical information from the patient, went in and changed information directly from by themselves, and they also lied. When I contacted the medical board directors, they lied about the investigation when they sent me mail. I will show that now. That the investigation went full, it was thorough, and that they didn't find any cause for any action whatsoever. And they basically said that my experience at the hospital was unfortunate, but not necessarily true. Okay. I'm going to cover up my name and address. Yale New Haven Health. Patient experience. Okay. And I'll read it out for you. And with anything that you hear within this letter, you can only imagine what I told police, what I told the hospital had happened, what I experienced in entirety. All right, turn that on. August 30th, 2022. Dear Brianna, thank you for contacting Lawrence Memorial Hospital regarding your concerns. Patient and family feedback is important to us and helps us see our services through your eyes. We appreciate you giving us the opportunity to review your concerns. The care you received was reviewed by an interdisciplinary team. The review has determined the care you received was within our standard of care. Hepatitis A is not a condition that is normally tested for in the emergency department, nor was this related to any of your presenting concerns. Given both these facts, it was not clinically indicated for us to test you for hepatitis A during your visit to the emergency department. I came in with lacerations to my forearm, and they suspected tetanus and gave me a tetanus shot. Hepatitis A can be derived from tetanus. It's a blood infection. Your concerns with your treatment during your ultrasound have been addressed with the radiology managers. The staff member who provided care to you has been identified, and we have handled this complaint in accordance with our policies. Every time I talk about this stuff, I always have an issue with breathing. It feels like someone is squeezing my lungs for every drop of air that they have. Your concerns with, unfortunately, due to the acuity of some patients who present to our emergency department, some do not make it home. We apologize for any additional stress this may have caused you. It is not our policy to torture any patient, nor use a blowtorch on a patient for any reason while at Lawrence Memorial Hospital. We were unable to identify any incidents including green slime coming through the vents in the room you were in, nor any issues with the video feed or equipment. While in the emergency department, we ask that patients remain in their rooms for their safety and the safety of others. The emergency department is a fast-moving area, and patients, gurneys, and staff move about very quickly. I was not technically in the emergency department. A hazard can be created if too many people are moving about in the hallways. I was in a separate room from the emergency rooms that were given to patients. I felt like I was being held in a psychiatric temporary hold because it felt like I was being held in a cell. They would lock us in from the outside. Here at Lawrence Memorial Hospital, we take incidents of self-harm very seriously. I attempted to take my life while I was there. At no point during your stay were staff able to identify any attempts of self-harm. Staff are required to observe patients with this admitting diagnosis when using razors or other sharp objects for personal care. If this happened and it was reported to staff, we would immediately take the appropriate steps per our policies to secure your safety. At times, it does become necessary for staff to restrain patients for their safety and the safety of others. This is something we attempt to do in the least restrictive way possible and for the least amount of time. Restraints are taken seriously and are highly regulated. The patient who died, I had seen like 3 or 4 different nurses like holding them down while they were saying they were being mistreated. They wanted to leave the hospital. They weren't getting better. They were getting worse. And then the patient died. And this is basically what I reported. We are unable to substantiate your claims of your personal cell phone being hacked and your personal information and pictures being viewed. The issue of the clock being taken down was unable to be substantiated as well. Please note, patients are always able to ask staff what time it is if they do not have direct access to a clock. We have implemented new training for staff regarding patient identity, gender, and pronouns. We apologize that you were referred to by your dead name. It is our intention to provide high-quality care to the patients we have the opportunity to treat, and on this, it appears we missed the mark. You were placed in a private room and given access to a private bathroom with a full door, no lock, to support your privacy needs during your stay. Please note, threats by staff to patients are neither appropriate nor tolerated. Staff is on hand 24 hours a day to take these complaints. They will be investigated and handled promptly according to our policies. We apologize for any additional stress the situation may have caused you. We appreciate you choosing Lawrence Memorial Hospital for your healthcare needs, and we hope that that should the opportunity arise, you will choose us again. Kind regards, Tonia Douglas, MSW or MSHA, Coordinator, Patient Experience, Lawrence Memorial Hospital. So that's what they sent me, and proof of legitimacy. So this had to have gone through the board directors, because there is no way I can make accusations on this level and the specific hospital itself be the one to do its investigation. It is absolutely improper. And highly illegal, might I add. I reported the security cameras being cut while I was being held in the psychiatric holding cell area. I reported them shooting green slime at me from the vents, and I said that it was landing in my drinks, and I showed them the bottle. They didn't even look at the bottle itself. They just looked me in the eyes, and they said, okay, I'll add it to your chart, which they did. But they added that it was psychological. They didn't even take the bottle for testing. They didn't test the water. They poured it out. When they gave me a personal cup, it was pink, pinkish purple, whatever. They gave me a personal cup of water that I asked the nurse. When I asked the nurse for something to drink, that's what they gave me. And I didn't drink it because I didn't trust it at that point. They had given me a white chalky pill that made me feel absolutely sick. I was hallucinating after the fact. I was hearing things, seeing things, experiencing so many odd things. I felt like my bladder was expanding and about to explode. And when the nurse forgot to lock me in that night, I went to the bathroom. Sorry, my throat, my voice. I feel like I'm being like squeezed. When I went to the bathroom, I felt like I was pissing like a racehorse. I felt like I was literally going to explode. And I overheard the patient next to me, who had possibly gotten the same thing, banging on the door, begging to be let out to use the bathroom, and they just ignored him. And while I was going to the bathroom, I saw a nurse, the trainee, someone who looked like Sanja Jones, who is a doctor, possibly her daughter. She introduced herself as Molly, and they said she was an intern. I saw her on her phone with pointing at the door. And I didn't say anything at the time because I didn't want to be killed. I was being held hostage and I didn't want to be killed. And to the family affected and to the deceased, I am so sorry. I've been speaking out about this ever since I got out of the hospital, and they have been covering me up. I am so sorry. I can't, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. Okay. So, to the people that I have reported this to and who have swept me under the rug and ignored me this entire time, how dare you? How dare you? God damn it. You know what? I'm just going to show it. Sue me if you want to. This will be my foot in the door in the court system. This is proof in my chart that I listed Will as my significant other and my primary contact. And my mom is on here too. Please, for the sake of this video, I'm explicitly saying do not contact anyone I have ever mentioned throughout this entire video or anything that I have ever posted for any reason whatsoever. If you want to form an independent investigation, that is, you are taking full liability onto yourself for any legal repercussions that any of this information may have led to your investigations. I'm just proving what is going on in my own life. William Barclay, proving where we lived, primary contact, my mom on my list. Okay, proof that I did contact the board members. I can see that well enough. Maybe if I turn up the brightness slightly on this one. Board members. And I don't think Carly's name is on the list, now that I'm looking at it. Denise Ward, possibly connected to Jennifer Ward. I feel so sick right now. I feel so sick right now. So, I technically made my police report on the 15th. I was brought into the hospital the night of the 15th. And they took my intake and everything. But they didn't post, or they didn't write it all down into my my history until the 17th. So, whatever they were writing was based off of memory and consultations between other doctors and nurses. And a lot of it may not be as accurate as they say it is. So these are the medications I was that I was discharged with. Hang on. Let's see. Turn down the brightness. January 25th is what that says. You can't really see it very well. It says fluoxetine, Prozac, olanzapine, Zyprexa, prazosin, Minipress, propranolol, Inderal. Principal diagnosis: suicidal ideation. Which I continually told them I am not suicidal. I am not. I kept trying to readjust what I said, why I was there, and what I reported, but they would not accept it. What's this? And they tried to paint me out to be an alcoholic. Standard drinks a week, 8. I said maybe I had a couple of months. Occasionally, if it was like the weekend where I was just like partying or having fun like on my own because Will wouldn't do anything with me, it would be like 2 days back to back. It happens. People drink sometimes. My drug screening, which they were more interested in than my past medical history, which they basically said they had nothing. They had no past medical history when they are specifically who I went to for everything. April. Like this one right here. It doesn't show up, but it's it was my April visit just before I came back home to California. I got 2 x-rays done just in April, just before I came back home. This one only has 3 different studies on it. I got more than that. They documented my pain as well again, just before I went home, and didn't give me anything. They also didn't check my blood again at that point. Like I think after December, each time I went to the hospital, they didn't check my blood. But they checked my urine, they checked my blood in January. Let's see. Yeah, that's about it. That's the last time I really can think. Like in January they did test it, but they didn't prescribe me anything for whatever it was that they caught. And during the ultrasound, which is incriminating because what I just showed said that they were 2 x-rays that I got, but it was an ultrasound that I went in for and x-ray. So I got both. And they caught the infection because I went into my chart under the visit itself and saw that that's what was posted, but they didn't post the x-ray. Let's see, did I clear it up? What was this one? This is the video where I saw Will basically jerking off to whatever it was that he was opening up on those files with his flash drives or USB drives, whatever. I have no idea what he's looking at right there. Takes off his underwear, blah, blah, blah. Can't see anything explicit, so... Oop. That was the porn. On the video itself, you see them with a woman on a bed who looks completely passed out. They move her around and like roll her over. And you know, do their thing. And there's like so many more. Let me rewind this real quick. I don't want to show anything explicit. All those different videos that were popped up there. And then I want to show what I'm talking about for the recording, just in case someone gets access to this and deletes everything. I want to have this as a hard copy, which I may not be able to get. And it was like literally just before Zach and Julia came up. And I think Zach went over and turned it off on his computer. Because you can literally see it in the background that it's on. At least on this recording you can. You can see that it's on and he's smoking. You can see it's open. Something's open. Julia walks in. Zach walks in. Oh my god. That was my old screen lock. Waiting for it to happen. Zach brings over his bong. Whatever. Zach sits down in the chair right there. He looked over at the computer. Julia's over there. Maybe Julia closed it, I don't fucking know. Yeah, he turned. Hang on, let me rewind that real quick. Yeah, Zach's on the computer right there. You can see him talking to Julia. She's turning her head back there. So they all saw whatever was on his computer. He's back there. He gets up. Sits down. Whatever. They're playing games. No, they're talking in this video. This is like literally right after dropping me off at the airport. Right, sound. There's no sound. There used to be, because I had an entire conversation talking about like candles and whatnot here, but I think this is why I took another recording. And then Julia was all like, I guess our plan worked, and then she's just all like, foiled, looks over at Will, and she's just like, and he's just like raising his eyebrow like you better be quiet, my impression of that situation. But since there's no audio, and I showed what I wanted to in that. Oh, here we go. Rewind. That's a person just laying there, and they just show her rolled over. And when he's done, it just boop to that screen right there. And then Zach and Julia come over, blah, 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 blah. And then that's the bedroom, because he moved the camera to the bedroom after he realized that I was like catching all this on camera. Is this the one with the sound? Blah, 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 blah. Me there on camera, blah, blah, blah. Me in the background on his computer, if you can see my head. I'm on Facebook, I think. No sound for that one again. This was it. This was the one but the audio's muted. It's kind of just like sitting there, not doing anything, looking around, not doing much. And he kind of puts his hands up in the air like he's talking to someone. It'll happen in a moment, I think. Like he's talking to someone. And he looks at the camera like trying to grab a drink on the side there, like, oh shit, I'm on camera. That was my impression of that situation. And he's just sitting there looking around, like not doing anything. Now he's on his phone. Someone called him. Probably telling him that he's on camera, looking like he's talking to no one. And there I am in the background, though. There's no audio. This might have also been the day that I lost my ID, and I was running around looking for it, asking for his help, and he was just like yelling at me like there's only so many places it could be. Maybe you lost it. I'm like, I don't go anywhere. It's always in my little brown Harampu bag. And what else? What else? I was literally just recently out with Zach and Julia, who got me a drink. And then I was outside with Julia because Zach went back to quote unquote lock the door. And then he came back like 10 minutes later. And then we walked throughout the town a little bit. And that was basically it. We didn't do much, didn't talk about much. Julia talked a bit about the history of the town, that there was a war there. We stood out front of the museum where there was like a cannonball display or whatever, 2 little cannonballs on pillars. That's where we were, where we got drinks. Whatever. And then let's see. Not that video. I'm trying to get the conversation. There's no audio. And I keep having to turn up my volume. I think someone hacked the volume. Backed up. This item doesn't take up space in your account storage, which makes no sense. Okay. One of these had audio. There we go.
She's like the hive mother. She's like the hive leader.
Cool. So this game is done.
Okay, still a drink before we leave.
Yeah. Dude, is this a mini transforming grill? Kind of? It's a waffle grill. Oh.
I never saw that.
It's mini waffles.
I saw the air fryer, but not the waffle grill.
Dude, this fridge is sick. Like, you just had like all that space just for you. Yeah. Alright, you guys leave? Yeah. So you need to go clean my place.
Alright, let's back up.
Go buy that nice girl.
I don't have enough.
I already showed this video too, by the way, but now all of a sudden the audio is working.
Some bag.
Someone's driving.
Oh, who paid the... No. You both suck.
I think it comes soon. They start talking about candles and whatever, and foils and whatever. I keep rewinding trying to catch it. And I start scrubbing through.
I will snap.
The hive leader.
That's cool. What, Mom? Yeah, yep.
Alright, come on, get to it. I'm sorry this is taking so long. I'm just waiting. I could just like show you so you're not just like staring at me being like, what the heck?
She bring most of the stuff back. I don't know why. It's like, it can make it harder. This giant sack of clothes. Basically, yeah. Just
She doesn't need him anymore. She doesn't want him. Now, there was a previous recording that I had, and I think I talked about this before, where he got home, got a call from someone, and was talking about, yeah, she's gone, she left. And then he said something about they took her clothes. And that just poofed off my phone, which is a lot of the reason why I'm kind of like double, triple, quadruple, like taking evidence, making sure that I have a streamline, making sure that people understand literally everything that I am talking about in every situation. Hopefully. Now I'm still hoping to get that conversation where they're just all like, well, I guess our plan works. Or foiled, whatever.
Yeah, he always like wants to talk to me.
So I'm hoping I rewind it again.
Peace.
Right here, maybe?
She's like the high mother. She's like the high lady.
I don't know why it's scrubbing through and fast forwarding like it is.
Can we steal a drink before we leave?
Yeah.
Alright. Okay.
Rob, you should bring most of the stuff back.
The very beginning? Oh my gosh, it's here somewhere. Maybe it's this one, now that it has sound again. Sorry, my brother's in the background. Okay. This one. This one. This one. And wait a minute. Oh. Okay, so that was me. Where did it go? Maybe it's further down. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna keep going as I can, because those videos obviously didn't show what I was trying to show. Here's an MRI. I think it's of my butt, or an ultrasound. I don't know. It looks like something I never got, though. When was it taken? December 20th, 4:04 p.m. Pequot Health Center. And then the x-rays they took, December 20th, 4:03 p.m., which makes no sense. So they happen at the same time. Pequot Health Center, same day, same time. And the x-rays, honestly, like, don't even show anything. They're all from the same angle. And it also says not for diagnostic use, by the way. Which is a lie. All of this was literally for diagnosing me. Like, figuring out what was wrong with me. So that makes absolutely no sense. What else? I don't know if you can tell in this picture, but my cuts are literally still red. Like they're still healing as I got home. I wish they would show up better. So they were still healing by the time I got back home. They're like all the way up my forearm. Hang on, let me see if I can show them on camera again, because this just does not do them justice. If it'll even show my scars because they're white. I'm just gonna look like I'm a fake, but that's fine. I posted the picture evidence on my Facebook. I posted them. I sent them to law enforcement. Literally like everything. So it's whatever. They've been stressing me out so much. They literally made me cut my own hair. This has been driving me insane this entire time. This has been happening. What was this? Waiting for another recording to load. I'm so exhausted. 3 years of this. Constantly talking about this almost every single day and constantly dealing with people inside my head trying to just kill me by trying to make me kill myself. No one's gonna believe you. You're trash. You're trans. You sound like a man. You're never gonna pass. You're never gonna get your transition. Talking about their nanobot lasers carving out my face so that I'm not pretty, making me seem more like a man, etc., etc., etc. Seeing flashes of light blinding me in my eyes so I can't focus. Trying to constrict my pupils so that they can access different neural pathways in my brain that are connected to imagery, sight perception, etc., etc. What is this? What is this?
I told you to stop using the transcription service of the telemetry data. I told you to stop using my voice, my likeness, and everything in my personal life against my consent. I have never given consent whatsoever or whenever. I have never consented to any of this.
And now the video won't play right. This is a video I took for legal purposes, stating that if someone's using telemetry data from my head, that I never gave consent in the very beginning, or I never gave consent. I never gave consent. Just period. I never did. It's not allowed from when they started, from after I'm dead, whatever, etc., etc., etc. They're never allowed to use anything. My likeness, my image, my mind, my thoughts, my personality, anything that has to do with me as a person or spiritually, you are not allowed to use ever. And the video just will not play, I guess. Like this, I took a 20-minute long video and rant talking about what I've been experiencing, and it won't play now.
I told you to stop using the transcription service of the telemetry data. I told you to stop using my voice, my likeness, and everything in my personal life against my consent. I have never given consent whatsoever or whenever. I have never consented to any of this.
What else? You know what? That's enough. That's actually enough. So this is related to Kathy and my accusation against her placing my ID back in my clothes when she broke into our apartment when Will moved the Google Home into the bedroom in the window, and she was in the closet and she kept looking at the camera like, is it filming me? Is it filming me? All suspicious, like. And you can see the racks of the closet in the background. Don't know what that is. Don't really care. So they were basically all pinning me as psychotic. Psychotic disorder with delusions. PTSD. Ashley Kaufman. See, they considered me psychotic without even considering the possibility that what I was saying was true, that I was being stalked, harassed, and a target of someone who wanted to murder me. They should have reported it to the police regardless if they believed me or not. And again, medication lists. This is the medication list that they have up on my chart that they were giving me during my stay in January. So the printout sheet that I have isn't even complete. And this is all they said that they were giving me. And by the way, Benadryl can actually be fatal if given too much. And that's what they were basically giving me, along with so many other different things, like lorazepam, olanzapine, so many downers. Okay. Basically, my last psychiatric consult during my stay in the hospital, mood is good, denies SIHIAVH, not sure what those stand for. Eating well, cognitive reframing and narrative therapy, attending groups and feeling much improved, motivated to begin her life anew. Negative for agitation, confusion, dysphoric mood, hallucination, self-injury, sleep disturbance, and suicidal ideas. The patient is nervous and anxious, but the patient is not hyperactive. My only issue is that they're using my dead name and not my preferred name, which they actually can do. They don't have to state my dead name as the patient name. Okay. I'm still looking for that video where they say that their plan worked or foiled or whatever. I don't fucking know. It was the weirdest thing I ever heard. Well, not really, but considering the situation, yeah. This one might be it. What's this? Also my EKG. So there's another name on the list, Redmia Bellimpar. Okay. More issues with my account being hacked, email, Google accounts, etc., etc. Again. What else? What else? So this is basically what the room looked like when I left. So if everything was backed up, it wasn't me. Basically, the only reason I want to get back into my old account, Rose Thorn, is because I want my old pictures that I posted up that I no longer have access to. Proof again, I guess, of Will and his cults. Hunter used to play Magic with us. This.
Hey, Will. You said I could take this phone with me, right? I'll just making sure. Hey, Will. You said I could take this phone with me, right?
There's proof that he did give me this phone. Let's see. What's this one?
Not sure.
No. Oh, yeah. Never mind. Oh, I'll post it anyway. I saw there was a lighting issue in the bathroom. Whenever I tried to turn on the, I think it was the fan. Yeah.
That's a light.
Okay, so you got the audio.
Not sure why this
That's the light. And it's just like flickering whenever I turn off the fan. Actually. Newly discovered brain cells may be a memory filing system, study suggests. Your brain could be backed up for a deadly price. This is basically what I've been talking about. When we die, the neural connections that make memories start to degrade, but what if our brains could be preserved? What if our memories could be backed up by computer data? One startup company says it's possible. Medical News Today is where it was published. Proof that Will had Mabel as the contact in his phone even after they left. And the reason I have access to this is this was his old phone with his old Google account attached to it. So when I factory reset, it kind of just set up that way, I guess. I don't know. I don't entirely remember how I got that information. But he's still friends with Anthony Sarcia, even though he was saying, well, Anthony stole all of his shits, and that Anthony still owed him money and stuff. Andrew Black, Dan, mom's boyfriend, his father, whoever that is, which I'm pretty sure may be one of the people who have been watching me. James, Johnny, whatever. I think the other video I was talking about disappeared from my phone. And every time I try to back up, it doesn't let me. So that's basically everything on my phone, picture-wise. So I'm going to show my emails and who I talk to, etc., etc., etc. Instead of just like picture proof that it happened, I'm going to go ahead and just show you. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. What's X? Police. Let's just do that. Received. Carolina Dowd, Phillips telephone call, etc., etc. Important message about your dispute with Rent-Row. Proving that I actually did reach out to them about my stolen identity. And the reason they could not forward my dispute to law enforcement, disputed information not reported by Rent-Row cannot be processed because the information you are disputing was not included on the disputing report prepared by Rent-Row. If you believe someone is reporting information about you that is incorrect or incomplete, you may wish to contact them directly. And that's all they have. So they're literally just saying, we did not report it. You reported it to us, but we're not going to report it. Nope. Here is what I sent. The PDFs. Oops. Let's see. If I can open these. Oh, I see. They sent me PDFs about remedying the effects of identity theft. I've contacted the IRS, contacted the police, contacted the FBI, I've contacted NASA, I've contacted, what is it? Border Patrol or whatever, I don't know. Okay. Reports. Received. Oh my gosh. A lot of the stuff that is showing up in my search results are burying everything I'm looking for, and it's annoying. Okay, reports. Police. Received. Okay, here we go. My email to New London Police Department detailing everything that I went through. I don't know who these people are. If they're real or not, we're covering the app, whatever. And then it says right there, this email originated from outside of the City of New London organization. Do not click links or open attachments unless you recognize the sender and know the content is safe. Oops. Okay, so this report is not accurate. Okay, I'm gonna read it out. Well, I'll show it real quick and then read it out. Okay. Date time 9/22/22, 8:50:12. program CHF004P. New London Police Department, narrative prints, page 1. Case number 1-22-000-152. Narrative number 2. Original, reported by Jarvis Michael, 1/16/22, entered by Jarvis Michael, 1/16/22, reviewed by Linderson Ryan, 1/16/22. Incident, medical evaluation / PEER, committal, date and time, 1/16/2022 at 21:37 hours. And location 159 Hawthorne Drive, 11J, New London, Connecticut, 06320. Person committed. Here we go again with the fucking breath thing when I'm talking about incriminating evidence. Person committed, Thorne Brianna. Date of birth 09191995. Yeah. 159 Hawthorne Drive, 11J, New London, Connecticut, 06320. Narrative. On the above date and time, Sergeant Linderson, OFC Kelly, OFC Diogo, OFC Stuckey, and this officer were dispatched to a call of a female cutting herself, bleeding and still in possession of the knife. I was equipped with an Axon Body 3 camera that is capable of recording audio and video. The device was functioning properly and activated during this incident. The video was downloaded and stored according to department policy. Upon arrival, officers were met by the individual, self-identified as Brianna Thorne, date of birth 091995. Brianna stated the name on her identification is Brian, but that she now goes by Brianna. Brianna had a towel wrapped around her arm and upon removing it showed several fresh lacerations. She was no longer in possession of the knife. Brianna stated she heard voices through the walls saying they were going to hurt her. When asked, she stated she is schizophrenic but is not yet medicated. She stated she has an appointment with a doctor in 2 days. When asked what her intentions were while cutting, for pain or to kill herself, she stated she was attempting to kill herself. Brianna was transported to L&M Hospital via NLFD ambulance. I followed and completed a police emergency examination request. The 17A-503 sheet explaining Brianna's hearing voices and attempting to kill herself. Brianna was taken to the hospital and brought inside by hospital staff without incident. Case status inactive. End of report. Okay. So when I called the police, I stated I cut myself. And I was attempting to kill myself because I was hearing voices threatening to torture me endlessly forever in their hospital because they had the means to do so. Okay. I said there were people upstairs who were watching me and threatening me, and that I was assuming that my boyfriend of the time, Will, was involved in it, that he might be involved in it, and that was it. And they said, okay, wait for officers to arrive, just keep yourself safe. And that's what I did. Nowhere inherently did I ever state that I was still in possession of the knife. And what was wrapped around my arm was a checkered red long sleeve shirt. And I never removed it, ever. Not until I reached the hospital, where they removed the shirt and took it to disposal as per policy, is what they said. And when I arrived at the hospital and I asked if I could bring my phone in with me, they told me no, they had to take all my possessions and I had to get into hospital garb. Before I signed any patients, before I signed anything. So, upon entry of where they were holding me, another patient was screaming at the top of their lungs how they were being held unlawfully, how they weren't getting better, they were getting worse, how it was not a real hospital. And they were ushered into their room while I was entering. They gave me a change of clothes. I went into the bathroom, I changed, and was sent into the room right next to that person. And then, etc., everything happened. The knife in question, I put it in the kitchen after I fought off Tommy. I did not want to be in possession of any weapon whatsoever, anything that could be seen as danger when the police arrived, because I knew what I looked like and what I sound like, and they could have just assumed I was not the person who made the phone call. So I did reach out and request the body cam footage of that night in question, and never received anyone, never received anyone to reach out to me regarding the incident or any information, except for send us a check in the mail and ask and put on the check what you are requesting, etc., and we had a phone call conversation which I recorded of us doing, my mom and I, of us doing that exact thing. So yeah, Officer A. Berkman told me they were from the New London Police Department. I've talked to them multiple times on the phone regarding my reports and asking for further information and never getting them. She gave me her email, to which she has never responded, not even to say that she got the emails in question. But we spoke on the phone. I have the phone records to prove it. Let's see. And the odd thing is that I reached police specifically and not the call center. Sometimes when I called the police department, they would forward me to an officer to speak to. And sometimes when I would call the precinct and speak to an operator and say that I would like to speak to someone regarding my issue, they would say there were no officers available to take my call, which makes no sense because the operator themselves can actually take the call as a report or as a message whatsoever. And they didn't. So I don't know what to do about that. But there were those emails. And that was in August of 22. And then just before that, talking to cold case detectives again with all the proof. Let's see, NASA. Proof that I contacted NASA. January of this year. Public inquiries. And this is what I've been assuming I've been the target of, and have received no feedback. I've received no police report regarding my claim. I have received no one sending me any cease and desists based off of what I have been reporting and based off of the information I have provided. All the information I provided, all the names I provided. And I don't even know if the police said they were talking to me. If they're gonna have me on camera or some other bitch. What else? Lawyer I showed, police I showed, NASA I showed. I showed the hacks, I showed my bank accounts, I showed my identity crisis, I've shown the medical malpractice, I've shown the messages between Will himself and the proof that he was actually listed as my primary contact for the hospital to reach out to for information about me. Let's see. I've shown the phone hack videos. The black moving dot that like shrinks and like moves around like really fucking weird. I tried to show that. It's way more noticeable on my Facebook, on my TikTok, on this phone, the video itself. This camera sucks. I'm sorry. I've shown the contradictory of people stating their connections aren't there when I've proven that they are currently, actually. And he's going to state that he's hacked. Probably. But he should know better. He literally stated he changed his router. Showed that. He has IT experience, and he stated himself he would know if he was being hacked into. Especially being an ex-member of Anonymous and having all that USB nonsense going on. Whatever he was doing with that, accessing dark web activity possibly, or locked hidden files on his computer. The fact that I'm convinced that Will and his ex Sylvie / Mabel, whatever she goes by now, have colluded against me. Trying to free Sylvie of her accusations, trying to free Will of his accusations, and his whole family that they have actually told me are consistently under investigation. But they also continually tell me that they own the state. So they own the businesses that pay the taxes, that pay the police. They own homes that pay taxes, that pay the police. They own hospitals that pay taxes, that pay the police and other government officials, etc., etc., etc. They have friends connected to NASA. They have family connected to law enforcement and military. They have people connected to other government offices that I am convinced have the ability to completely rewrite people's identities and give them to other people. Let's see. When I came back to California after my medical care in Connecticut, I was convinced that they had pronounced me dead in Connecticut for the $100,000 insurance payouts to cover whatever costs may go into that or whatever. I don't know. But, where did I put it? It's gotta be in here. I was convinced that my social security number got zeroed out because I consistently contacted my doctors about my social security number not being accurate multiple times. when I went in and had them change it in person. All right. So there's that. What else? This is the folder that I keep my birth certificate in and my GED test scores. And it is completely trashed and thrashed. You can tell that there's water damage on the envelope itself. How frayed it is, the yellowing, the browning. How it's literally like just kind of falling apart. There is water damage to my birth certificate. You can see it's kind of like pinked. I would show it, but it's literally like I can't. It's my birth certificate. I don't need everybody trying to steal my identity. But once all of this is said and done, if I'm still alive, I'm going to make sure that I change my social security number and legally change my name and all that. Because you can. So I'm positive someone's trying to steal my identity, which is linked to my social security number and my dead name. So the only reason I'm keeping it now is for legal reasons, so that these people can't say that I'm the imposter or whatever. I have to live through my dysphoria. I have to live through my dead name, my dead life, in order to prove I am who I say I am, so that I can prove that these people are doing things that they're doing. That's how I'm being made to feel. So I'm depressed. I'm physically ill. I'm mentally ill. I have a doctor's appointment on the 26th, the phone doctor's appointment, where I'm requesting a brain MRI scan to see if what I'm dealing with is physical or neurological. All I do is exercise, keep myself fit. I'm constantly thinking about different things to keep my mind going, like my medical history, researching all of this stuff like nanobots, x-rays, MRIs, things like that of that nature, BCI scans, researching the police themselves actually to see if they have anything against them, which I guess would not necessarily be common knowledge because I don't know why I think that, I just do. My electrical magnetic stimulation devices, which I use. Because my muscles have been deteriorating and there's no medical explanation as to why. While I was in Connecticut, they didn't tell me during the office visit, but I had bowel, they described it as incomplete bowel distension. And I was dealing with incontinence issues, and they prescribed me with Miralax and magnesium citrate, which basically kind of made my issue worse, and I felt like I was about to poop out my intestines. I was like bleeding blood. I felt really weak, and like I started to prolapse, I guess. Like This is a little TMI. I apologize. 18 plus disclaimer, sexual depiction for the next like minute. When I'm a bottom, whatever, I would finger myself and it would feel like my intestines were like coming out. Anyway, moving on from that, this is for my abdomen. This is for my arms or legs and butts and like kind of back area. So I use these in order to help with my muscle stimulation if I'm not like doing squats or like stretching, bending over, like twisting, making sure my spine has full mobility, my neck, full mobility. But pain, constant pain, and respiratory difficulty, which I should not be having. I never specifically caught COVID. I never had complications with COVID ever. I am vaccinated fully. Let's see. Like the issue with COVID having issues after the fact is that people get so sick with COVID is that they have issues that continue. I never got that. I was never hospitalized because of COVID. I've gone consistently to the hospital and have had testing done consistently since COVID started, and it has never been caught in my system ever. Ever. There are no records of me ever contracting COVID. I threw them away. What do I have? Sorry, I'm talking about like my health now, like what I eat to keep myself healthy. I drink Gatorade for electrolytes. I drink water just for hydration in general. Let's see. I eat lean meats, high in proteins. I have energy drinks, Atkins energy drinks that help like burn fat and help build muscle. I drink natural juices, V8 juices, cocktail juices like that. Milk. The Atkins drinks have like all sorts of minerals and vitamins and stuff in them, so I don't necessarily need to stock up on a whole bunch of healthy foods because that basically covers it. But I do eat lean hamburgers. I cook them at home. What else? Salads. I will have greens, veggies. I love veggies. What else? I don't know. That kind of just covers it. That kind of just covers it, I guess. Oh my gosh. I'm kind of having like brain fog now, or like brain fatigue. I'm just exhausted from constantly talking about this and not getting any legal representation for it, because there's obviously something going on. And Connecticut is literally well known, if you Google it, as a state called corrupticate. And Will constantly talked about how corrupt Connecticut was before I got there. And the moment that I got there and started talking about how I was dealing with that corruption, he basically treated me like I was crazy, said that there was, told me to stop calling the police. What else? Told me that he was ACAB, all cops are bad, like he belonged to that group. He removed it from his profile. So, whatever. What other information can I provide? Zachary Damien told me that he was a grave digger or worked for the graveyards, whatever, but that they were filling up or something along those lines, and that they had no idea where to keep storing the bodies. I don't know. He also worked at Carson's with Will as a chef. He actually personally prepared a Bergenson burger for me. Will did as well. John did as well. John Barclay. Who else? Zachary McGree was also in the kitchen at times. I saw him in there one time. Who else? John, Zach, Will, both Zachs, Will. And Christy Habernacki, who was also the person who followed me to the hospital, who tried to get people to kill me. What else? I consistently try giving this phone and my backpack and my suitcase to police as evidence while I tell them my entire story of what's going on. And all they do is push me to mental health. So just to cover that, I have a psychiatrist who prescribes me Rexulti and Wellbutrin. And these work in tandem together as basically a dual schizophrenia and depression medication. They do nothing for my symptoms whatsoever. And I have specifically asked for them to up my dosages in the past for that very same reason. I have gone to my psychiatrist and told them that I have been having what I explained to him as full-blown PTSD setbacks. We never discuss it in the office, like what I'm seeing, what I'm experiencing, and what happens during these PTSD moments. I told him about the treatment from the previous hospital, that they were trying to diagnose me with schizophrenia, and the entire time I was talking to him, he kept trying to go on and on and on about schizophrenia. Trying to say, like, I'm not saying you're schizophrenic, but he kept being very pointed, like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Like, over and over and over again, and he's, like, making it completely pointedly obvious. I'm not prescribing you these medications for schizophrenia. Because I was adamant that I'm not schizophrenic. That I have PTSD. And I have multiple diagnoses to corroborate that. Okay. So it's a lot. Just not being listened to by anyone. Not being taken seriously when you keep saying you have all of this proof and no one is taking it. You have, I literally showed everyone my contact with the police regarding everything. Talking about my phone being hacked. Talking about my identity being stolen. Talking about the hospital mistreating me and possibly targeting me to kill me. Ignoring my medical malpractice claim. Me contacting them, asking for the documentation of the police report. Everyone who was questioned, all of documentation, like all of it. Cop cam, testimonies, eyewitnesses, whatever. And not receiving any help whatsoever from anyone. And it's starting to get to the point where my family have been experiencing a lot of the same issues. Memory lapses. Not remembering that my Xbox is my Xbox because they gave it to me as a birthday gift in Arizona. Misremembering basically things that I tell them about what I'm experiencing and what I'm dealing with. Having to tell them over and over and over again that this is what's going on. My phones are being hacked, my emails are being hacked, my bank accounts are being hacked, and it keeps happening consistently. And they keep forgetting. Either that or they're not believing me, which actually really hurts because I have the evidence to prove it and I'm showing them actively like what's happening consistently over and over and over again. So either somewhat, because what I expressed with the earlier on in the video when I was talking about not having any medical diagnostic proof of what I'm dealing with, that they can't catch medically, calling it a what is it? An anomalous health incident, I believe, were the terms that they came out with, that even the government is dealing with. Things that are targeting us on a subatomic level, on a cellular level. And I lost track of my train of thought. But I think you see where I'm going with this if you followed along this long. And I say a lot. I'm so sorry. What else? I don't know. I have live security. I have a live viewer watching 24/7 around the clock for anyone. There are security cameras all throughout my entire trailer park. Yes, I'm trailer trash. Okay. Anyway, let's see. We have private security throughout the entire park, and the park itself has its own private security throughout the park. So what else? What else? I have reported a hit on my life. I don't exactly know how to go about it, but I think these people are trying to make it stretch out for as long as possible so that it can be buried. So that they're not incriminated with my death when it eventually happens. I'm getting worse, not better. My collarbone is feels like it's receding into my body. As crazy as that sounds. My shoulders. Look at the difference in the bone. Left side, right here. My tendon right here feels like it's getting shocked. It's sore all the time, and it's supposed to reach up my neck. And I used to have one that blocked my spinal cord right back here, and that's gone now. I can literally feel my spine up into my brain, or my skull. Like, I can basically feel where it connects. My shoulder blades are disappearing. I have so much soreness and tenderness in my back that it's just, with how like active I am, I guess, how full I kind of am, the musculature in my back just does not add up. My hips are being targeted. I feel like they're trying to like just swoop me in, because I have, what they say in my head, I have too much hip. They say I'm selfish. They say I'm arrogant, I'm cocky, I am narcissistic, that I'm too much about my physical properties, and I was show gloating. They'll call me the flippy hair bitch. They'll call me Satan. They'll call me Smeagol or Sebum. Sorry. I have so much muscle tenderness and soreness in my face. I have this catch in my jaw. It feels like my jaw line is getting more slender, and it hurts. My cheekbones used to be like up here, like it used to be more like this. And it feels like they're starting to flatten right here. My eye sockets feel sore. My eyes have like tenderness. It's kind of like that tenderness you get when you're focusing too hard on like a game or something, or a screen of any kind. Excuse me. But all the time. Okay. This massive headache. I feel like trash. I'm just gonna say that. I feel like utter trash. I keep going back to the doctors over and over and over again, and they keep saying there's nothing in your blood. We can't find any diseases. And I keep going back, and they keep saying the same things. I feel like I'm just gonna die, and then everyone's gonna be like, oh, so you were telling the truth. And I kind of foretold this like a very long time ago. Like I just kind of knew, like if I ever died, all of the shitty people in my life who accused me of something, who hated me for some reason, are just gonna all of a sudden be on my side and say, I'm sorry. Or we should have believed you. Or like, holy cow, you were actually dealing with what you said you were. You're not crazy. And I basically said that I would just tell them all, like, fuck you. How dare you come to my defense after you slandered me throughout my entire life? Throughout my, well, not my entire life. How you slandered me throughout my entire ordeal. How you made me feel even worse. You made me feel disconnected from everybody. You made me feel like I had no one to go to. And I am trying to tough this out. And I'm trying not to let myself get into that feeling where I have no other choice but to kill myself. And I'm slowly starting to get to the point where I don't see any other option. But it's not going to happen. Out of spite for the people trying to kill me, you are going to have to do it yourself. You are going to have to take me down. I'm not going anywhere. I am not going to shut up. I am going to continue to talk about this. You are going to lose everything. The way that you tried to make me lose everything. You are going to feel so isolated in your life because of the way that you portray yourself and the way that all of this is going to unfold. You are not going to get what you want. I am going to live to make sure, and my death will be the final pin in your fucking coffin. Because you're going to try to kill me. You're going to try to get someone to kill me, to shut me up. Because people in the government are going to start talking about it. Because people are going to start getting me on the government's watch list. Because people are going to start noticing what I'm talking about is true. And it's going to match up to other people talking about the same things. And to my abusers, specifically, how dare you misuse my trust? How dare you abuse my kind-hearted nature, my giving nature, just to give and give and give, and all you do is take and take and take? How dare you? Because I'm going to tell you one thing. It worked against you. You could have used me to clear your name. But instead, you decided to drag me through the mud. Because I was such a nice person. And because I was already talking out about what you were doing behind the scenes before I even knew what you were doing. It's not psychic. It's realizing that social situations in my life were changing based on who I was talking to. Friends unfriending me. My reach not reaching out to as many people as it used to. My posts not getting as much attention as they used to. You started dragging my name through the mud. And I put my name out there and I put my identity out there on the line for everyone to see. The binding contract of allowing people to look through this phone and the contents of it and the activity herein. To see what I'm talking about. To understand what I'm dealing with. To know that I'm not lying about what I'm saying. And to prove that the moment I allowed it to happen, the moment I actually allowed it to happen, they stopped. They said, "Oh, you're going to tell everyone I was watching you from the very beginning, huh? And give everyone access at this point in time?" They're going to be so fucking salty. I guarantee they're going to backtrack. Check the date of the post. Guarantee they're going to start backtracking and saying they've been watching me this entire time for someone's defense, for someone's protection. And they may even claim that it was for mine because someone stole my identity and was pretending to be me and saying that I was the one stealing their identity and doing all of this to rope it into my box. That's what's going to happen. That's what you're going to see. Especially when they get outed, they're going to have every defense in the fucking book. But the fact of the matter is they're watching me do this right now. They're hearing everything that I'm saying. They may be recording. They may be pretending that they're me. They may be pretending that they're posting this as me just to rile me up and be like, yeah, we're stealing you. Because they do that all the time. They wanted my identity, and they didn't like that I caught them. Because I signed up for insurance and welfare in the state of Connecticut, the government caught them, I'm assuming, in Florida, because they were checking bank accounts associated with my name. And they were watching me, prepared for it, to run. Or to come back and do away with me once they got found out. Who knows who they are specifically, but I guarantee you, you may know them under so many different names. Contact the government and ask them if they actually are who they say they are. What else? What else? The hospital tried to pretend like they were on my side by calling a wellness check on me, but first they tried to coerce my mom into doing it, saying that she needed to call the police because I was making threats or something, because I felt unsafe and I felt I needed a weapon to protect myself. I was talking about getting a permit and a gun, and I said I would just ask my mom for the money for it. And all of a sudden, I'm getting a wellness check called on me while I'm in the shower, saying that we got a call that something was wrong. They didn't contact Will, who was the primary source of contact between the hospital and myself. And when I called the hospital asking, like, who did it, because it was inappropriate, they refused at first to tell me who it was, and they were going back and forth between Ashley Coughlin being the one who called the police and Natalie Porter being the one who called the police. Natalie was the one who opened up and actually said that it was her, Natalie, who called the wellness check on me. But they were acting like it was confidential information, being wishy-washy. I had to ask multiple times, multiple people, before I actually got the answer. And I talked to my mom about it, and she said, yeah, they called me and quotes, they called me and tried to get me to call the police on you, end quotes. And they showed up, misgendered me in my apartment, my hair sopping wet, telling them, as aggravated as I was, that I was just trying to get myself ready and prepared for a night with my boyfriend, who was sitting on the couch on his phone as usual, just buried deep, not paying attention to the situation at all, and not even defending me or saying anything whatsoever. Like, no, she's fine. Why are you here? None of that. Nothing in my defense. Nothing in my defense, ever. Ever. Except in private conversations with me where he would actually be wishy-washy, back and forth about whether he believed me or not. And it got to the point where I felt like he was one of those people who was just all like, well, you seem to be casting blame on me, so now I'm just not going to help you. Now I'm just going to be argumentative. Like a troll. Like a fucking troll that lives under the bridge. And Will and Sophie were like this, constantly going to bars together, where Will was buying Sophie drinks all the time, And whenever they would talk to me about going out with them, I would say I would need to know in advance so I can actually get ready, like shave the depression away, shower, get dressed, be presentable, maybe do my makeup so I can actually look nice and not like, you know, I don't know. Sophie would back out of the arrangement at the last minute and for some odd excuse, like, oh, I'm just anxious or whatever. Like, I have anxiety. And then sneak out her window. Invite people over and invite me to join her in her room with them and play games. Not tell them is what I'm just going to give you the benefit of the doubt of, and have them close the door in my face and you not say anything. Absolutely ridiculous. And then to have your friends stalk me on social media for information, or to call me a liar, or to steal my proof and say it was yours and just say it was doctored. I literally have the proof that I was there. Unless that piece of mail was a lie and said the security cameras were not active, or were they active? You cannot in one breath say that I was there and then in the other say that I was not. I'm so tired of pretty privilege giving people everything that they want, or sounding so cute and sweet and innocent that they just get believed. I don't know what else to do. I try to sound sweet and kind and innocent and just be myself, because I am, but I come off as a bitch no matter what. I'm intimidating, I guess, if you see me in person. I'm tall. I'm stocky. I have a you're not gonna fuck with me attitude. But I always give people the benefit of the doubt. And I asked Sophie multiple times, are you talking shit about me? Are you talking shit about me? Are you talking shit about me? And each time she told me no. I even asked Tommy, and he told me no. I asked Will, and he said she's not doing anything. She's too stupid to. As per the screenshotted messages that are in this video, and if I didn't include them, they're in here. I've posted them on my Facebook. I posted them on TikTok, on YouTube, and all that. I kind of want to see what they're capable of. I want to see what they're going to get rid of. I'm going to see what they're going to report. I'm going to see how deep this cover-up goes. So this recording is basically, again, documentation of the evidence that I have personally acquired through my own investigations, through my own research, through my own intuition, and through my own experiences. That's all. Choose to believe them if you want to. If you use any information throughout, you take on your own legal liability and responsibility for any of the information that may or may not be false. Let's see. And I full-heartedly believe that all of this is true, by the way. So I am just saying this for your sake legally. That's all. I'm just protecting you legally from viewing it, or for viewing it, and for possibly using any contents within. So, for anyone who wants to use this on my behalf, for my benefit, I will take on full legal liability and responsibility for all content that you post that has come based off of me and my situation, what I have been explaining, what I have been reporting, what I have been experiencing. I will take on full legal liability and responsibility if you get in trouble trying to help me. If you're trying to devalue me and deface me, you take on full liability and responsibility. All right. That's all.